Hello, hello, welcome, welcome. Just gonna set a couple of things up here. Let's see. And paste that in. There we go. All right. Okay. Now I think we're ready to go. Yes. Okay, so yeah, well, we kind of interrupted last stream, so I was in the middle of doing a whole bunch of stuff. Let's see. So I have to get into remembering what we were doing. Yeah, we were working a little bit on the editor again, just to add a couple of nice things to have, I think. Oh yeah, and then we encountered some issues when closing the editor. Oh yeah, so yeah, that's right. So we opened a scene that had a missing reference. Well, it had an entity with an ID that didn't exist. So we fixed that. So now if that happens, there's an error that shows up. Oh yeah, and they also implemented the documents now can get loaded, but if there's an error, then the error state is kind of persisted, and it doesn't try to keep loading the document if you want to request the document again, because we often do that in a loop, so it happens requesting again and again. But if there's an error, then it just, nothing happens basically. We return null and nothing happens. And but at the first time when it loads and there's an error, it actually shows it in the editor in a error message pop-up thing. Oh yeah, and then we also did the delete function. So we did delete assets, and it just deletes now. It doesn't check for any references or anything. It does show a delete pop-up that you can do cancel or delete. So yeah, that works now. We should also in the future add so that it checks for references, so that you get a warning saying, oh, this is used in these documents. But for now we're gonna continue without that, and we encountered an issue with closing an editor. And yeah, that's right. So if you that was the thing. If you delete a document that is open in an editor, and also the current editor open that you can see, we want to close that editor. And also here we're making sure that when we close the editor, we also want to make sure that this current editor does not get invalidated here, because the way that this is set up right now is the current editor. We have a bunch of editors in a list, and the current editor is just this variable here is just an index into that list. So if you remove something from the list, we have to make sure that this current editor is not invalidated here. So what we want to do, let's see, So we're looking for, so when we close the editor, what should happen is well, here is if the current editor is the editor being closed, then we simply set the current editor to null, so we just close the editor and we don't see anything. But also down here we have an issue if we still have a current editor, but we remove. I guess we could do a swap remove. No, but okay. So if we remove, let's say you have 10 editors open, and you have the current editor is the editor that is like visible on the screen, and let's say that editor is like editor number 6. And if I then go and do an ordered remove on editor 2, then that editor 6 will no longer be the same editor. It will now be editor 5. So either we have to like keep track, like fix that here, or we can change current editor to actually be an ID instead of an index, because I believe that that should be pretty easy to implement, and it shouldn't be that, you know, it shouldn't be an issue changing this to an ID, because we're still doing this. It's gonna be like an index lookup here in this thing, hash map. So I think, yeah, this is gonna be an ID, I think. We could also make it like a pointer, I guess. But let's make it an ID. And then now, instead of grabbing the index here, we want to get current editor. Well, we want to get the ID. And yeah, it can still be null here. Oh yeah, and then we want to get the pointer, that's right. So we get the pointer out there. Okay. See where else we deal with this. So here we just set it to no. Okay, this part, now that we actually have current ID as an or current editor as an ID, we simply, if we want to know if the current editor is this ID, we can simply check if this is equal to ID, and if it is, then we want to set this to null. And that's all we have to do. We don't have to look through this weird thing here. Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. A lot better now. Okay, here we just set the null, so don't care about that. Here we set the null. Here we set the entry index. It's not going to be entry index, it's going to be entry key pointer. There we go. That is what we want to do. I mean, I guess we can just set it to ID also. Don't need to grab it from the entry, although that might be more correct. It doesn't matter. It's a simple type, so it doesn't really matter anyway. Okay, there we go. And I don't think we're using this in outside of this finder, so great. And yeah, so now we test this by creating a file, opening it, do some changes to it, and then we delete the file and see if anything goes wrong. And then we do another test as well, where we make a bunch of files, or we open another document. Let's all make new files. I have to source my session here. Oh, we got some failures. All right, we need to do this to it. I should probably add like an equals function or something to that, so we get this, get it more. Oh yeah, so this has to be if this is not. It's a little bit messy there, but okay. I guess what you could do also, you could say if current editor, and then we grab the mutable value here, and we say if again if this dot UUID is equal to ID UUID. In that case, we say we want to say that this is equal to none. Yeah, I think you can do that as well. Or not. Invalid left-hand side to what? Invalid left-hand side to assignment. What am I missing here? Does it have to be in like this? Oh wait, like this. Expected or else after statement. Oh. Right. Because this, okay. So I have to do this. But I'm surprised that you can't, that you have to have braces there. Let's try this again. I'm pretty sure you should be able to do this. No? Valid left hand side. So how, why does, so is it because it's an assignment? Because I'm gonna like I'm interpreting this a little, like this if will start here, it consumes this thing, it consumes the capture, then there's some sort of then you can have a one line here, but it's also an if. So this one is an if, it consumes this, it also then consumes a statement, and then this one ends, this entire thing becomes a statement into this if. Is there like a bug in the parser or something, or am I just, because it thinks that the assignment here has all this at the left side, and even if I put braces on here, it says there's another issue here. What if I just put braces there? Okay, that seems to work. Okay, well, whatever. Let's just keep it like that. So that was kind of weird. I would think that that should work, but I guess there's like a little quirk there. Okay, but anyway, yeah, there's no way to like close an editor. We don't have like a tab system. Maybe that should be the. I know that I've said that I want to work more on the actual game, but I don't actually have. I want to make more like resources. I want to make more graphics and stuff, and I haven't actually gone to do that. And more like ideas for monsters and what's gonna be in the environment and stuff. So I have actually like procrastinated a little bit there, but I want to get started on that. But I just, you know, it's also good with a little bit of variation. That's very cool that we have this editor now, because we can use it to be productive. We can also, well, we can use it to make more of the game, and we can also work on it to get a little bit of variation in the work, so you don't. So yeah, then that helps with motivation and stuff. So, but I think one big thing that is missing is actually the editors being opened. So having like a tab system here with all the editors being open right now is a really nice thing that I want to get. So I probably want to add that. We have the something in here for actually. Okay, I'm not gonna do it right now. What I'll do is I'll close this project and open it again to be so that it like closes all the editors. So now we have no editors open, and then I'm just gonna create a couple of entities here. Okay, interesting. I think I'm not sure why this got a thumbnail. Did it get an ID that already exists? That seems very unlikely. 8867. Okay, I'm just gonna check this. No, there's no 8867, and that makes sense. So why did it get the thumbnail there? That's very strange. Did we get any error messages? Okay, I'm actually curious about this. So let's go to assets manager, and we have no thumbnail. I'll quit out for now as well, so you can see what I'm doing here. So what we're doing is we're grabbing the ID of the file, and if it doesn't exist, we don't draw any thumbnail. So it has to have an ID. We're grabbing thumbnail by ID here. Yeah, if it's an entity type. And that's all we're doing, and then we draw it. So this returned. So either the ID is wrong, or the request thumbnail by ID is not working properly. Yeah, we have two of these. This just passes that in there. Press thumbnail. It just requests this by ID. I mean, it shouldn't be. I mean, yeah, because we're getting an ID, and it's just getting that ID out. If it didn't find it, then we get file path. and we load this texture, but that should also be wrong. So because the ID, so the only thing I'm thinking is like if the ID of the node is wrong, then you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do this. Well, first of all, I'm gonna try and if I run this again, it's still there. So it's still there. So I'm gonna do like you hover over the entity and you get the ID as well. So there's a hover somewhere here. And you get, here's the path. Now let's also put the ID in there. Actually, let's do a switch. If it's a directory, we just do path. If it's a file, then we actually want to show the ID as well. And it's a nullable, so we have to do that. So that just gives us a little bit of debugging information. It's nice also to, as a developer, to see what I'm not sure actually when to switch on pointers. Okay, that's the wrong ID. I mean, if we go to index, oh, could it be that there was already a file called that before that was deleted? Oh, we actually have several of these. Oh, that's a bug. So it should only be one, really. I mean, the file name should be unique here. Both the key and the value should be unique. I don't think there's a way in JSON you can do that. I was thinking maybe we should like switch them around so the file name is first. So you never get two file names with the same ID. But yeah, then it's gonna be a hassle to make it work. Like right now we just parse the thing and put it in the hash map. If we do it the other way around, we have to parse and then like switch the key and the values. But what we could also is like if we're adding an index, let's say, and we already have the file path, then that's gonna be just we just overwrite, or we could throw an error, or we could say like, I mean, we probably just want to overwrite since the old file probably doesn't exist in that case. Yeah, we want to overwrite. But one thing also is like when we delete a node, we actually want to update the index, but we are updating the index though. So why didn't it delete the thing? Asset index rebuild. Wait. Oh, we're doing it on, wait, context. Oh, we should do it on the context, not on the project. But then yeah, okay, let's do that. Let's do if this is false. No, if it's, yeah, it's if it's false, we return false because it failed. I guess we could. We don't need to keep this. There we go. Okay, so I think I know what happened. Yeah. If you just call update index, it will only rebuild in memory. On the other hand, this one doesn't actually update the index either. Oh, this one is like update index. It only saves the index. Okay, it's a bit confusing how I name this. So on project, update index means rebuild the index. I should probably just, yeah, this should actually just be called rebuild index because that's what you're doing. If you want to update the index on like one of the index or do anything else with the index, you're probably gonna call those functions. This actually, that's what it's doing. So we should call it that, and then in the context you have update index. But I also wanna have a function that is like save, like rebuilding the index and then also updating it, or I mean rebuilding and saving the index. Yeah, because here we're adding the index and then we just want to update the index, but this is not really update, this is more like saving the index. Yeah. Okay. So now let's add a function called like rebuild and save index. Because we're not really calling the index directly here to remove it. Maybe we should actually. Okay, here we're doing append index, or add index, I mean. Save, get index. We should also have like remove index. Or remove ID. Now we have to be a little bit careful here. So we are removing a string here, and this is the asset index is responsible for actually deinitializing the string. So when we remove it, we should also free it as well. So we will do a fetch remove. Sure, well, it doesn't really matter. Let's do a swap remove, it's faster. And you need, I don't need an allocator, you need the key, and that's the only thing you need. And we don't duplicate the file path, we don't need an allocator. We do well, we do need an allocator because we want to free it. So here we get the entry. This one returns nullable. So if we don't find it, then we just return. But then we have the entry, and then we can say sorry, get a little bit distracted here. Okay. All right. So then we grab the value. We want to free that. That's the string. And there we go. Now the only issue here is like this invalidates also this file name. So if anything else is using it, it's gonna crash. So it's gonna be invalidated. But I don't think that's gonna be a problem since we do handle that. Now let's go back here, and what we will do is we will say project index remove index, and the key is something, I guess node well, I guess it's only if it's a file. So we'll put it here, and and also it's only if the file actually has an ID. All right. Expected bool found void. I guess we can return true if let's return true if entry was removed. Otherwise we return false. So right. So if it's a file, we delete. We check if it has an ID. If it has, then we remove it from the index, and we return false if it didn't exist. Should we actually do that though? That's the question. We should probably not do that. We should probably just don't care. Yeah. Because we still want to do these things down here. So, all right. What else do we have here? We have update index. Yeah, so this one is for move, I think. Yeah. So it's basically gonna be the same thing here. We basically just wanna, well, actually we wanna do two things. We wanna sort of move, sort of rename an index. So it's a different. We wanna update an index. Yeah. So let's do that. Let's not worry about this. We probably didn't need to add a bool there, but okay, whatever. So get the key and new. I'll just call it index. It's a path, but we'll keep with the convention here. So we wanna fetch. Or yeah, we wanna get the pointer. If we don't find it, we just return. I guess we want to almost assert that we actually have this index here. It's going to be weird if it doesn't exist. That's going to be like an error maybe. But let's do it like this for now, and we'll save that ticking bomb for later. Get pointer. Yeah, so we get the pointer. Now we have like a pointer to the string. So we can modify the actual value in the hash map. And we will free the old value. Oh, this is the index. So we will free the old value. And we will set this to be new index. However, new index is going to be like yeah, we want to duplicate it. Okay, and there we go. Now we can update the index as well. So we'll do asset index, we'll do update index, and this is going to be context allocator. The key is going to be file ID, except, wait, do we have the key somewhere? No. Or do we have it here? No. So this, so I guess if we have an ID, and the new index is going to be the target path. Hopefully this is correct format. I guess we'll find out. And now we can just delete this. All right. Now we have a bunch of stuff that we want to test. Moving and deleting files. So let's do that. After we fix a couple of compiler errors. Oh. Sorry, I did not realize that the editor was actually open this entire time, so you didn't see anything. It's always funny when that happens. I mean, I'm sitting here talking about programming and thinking that you can see what I'm saying, but then the only thing you see is like an empty screen or like a nothing is happening. So that's cool. Sorry about that. But I guess you had to imagine what I was doing. Okay, let's try and run this again. So basically, I want to see if I delete this now. Delete. Right, and then we create a new that's called the same. There you go. Now this doesn't have this remnant thumbnail anymore. So, and if we open up the index file and look for, oh, we still have like two different, oh my god, the old one is still there. Okay, it didn't work as I expected it to be working. Update index, that should still, so we didn't move it, it would be remove index. This is where things go wrong, I think. We're removing by ID, so I guess we still have the old one there. Right, because I think it's correct anyway, because it's not like removing all the things that has the same file path. It's removing by ID. So since we have we had a duplicate, it just removed one of them. So we actually have to let's just remove the index file. Maybe we should check have like a sanity check for duplicates. And if we have duplicates, then we just rebuild it. But yeah, if we remove it and we run, now let's open it again, look for this file here, and you can see now we only have one file called ASDF here. So that works. Okay, and then, oops. If we go in and delete this now and exit, and we open up this again, the ASDF file is gone. Okay. Yes. Wait, if I quit NeoVim and open and press Control O, it actually goes back. I didn't actually know this. This is really nice. Okay, so we can go back to where we were. I didn't actually know that. Okay, so removing it works. I'm gonna put this as a to-do here, the reference stuff. Sanity checks. Rebuild index if duplicates found. Okay. So actually this is done. We are updating the library, we are updating the index, and we are not showing an error label on reference. But we do have a confirmation dialog. Okay. Okay, now let's test the things that we were about to test here. So we also want to test moving a file. What's happening? Wait. There we go. So let's create a new file again. Let's do, oh, we don't actually have the texture. No. Oh, this button we should remove. Let's do that real quick. Yeah, this should just be removed. because we already have like the asset input there, so we can do, so then you do this, you go, I guess we can pick this one, there you go. I guess the drop zone could be larger, it could be entire thing here, but yeah, that should probably be fixed. But anyway, let's just do this, we'll save. So now we have this one, and let's move this guy into entities. Okay, now let's go into the index file and we'll check for this ASDF guy. Yeah, and now this is updated to entities. Okay, I will move him out. Oh, and he lost the thumbnail. Okay, what if we move him back in here? We still have lost the thumbnail. I can't even open this now. Huh. Interesting. So let's check for error messages here. Could not open document, ID not found for ASDF. Okay. Oh yeah, so here you can see the format here is wrong. So we need to normalize the name here, and that, I think that was the issue. So when we move the file, let's see, move node, and we update the index. This path should be normalized. Where do we get it from? We do a join. Okay. So yeah, I wonder if there is a thing like that, but we have done a join, so the only thing we want to check is like if it's like dot slash or dot some slash. Yeah, so what we want to do is we want to say, maybe we can do it in update index actually. And instead of duplicating here, we can do a we can just slice it off. So we can say normalized if starts with new index. If it starts with dot slash, and since it's like Windows, I think we have to like say delimiter. Wait, that's wrong. Separator string. Yeah. So you can make a, if you have a comp time value, you can use this to append to a comp time string. So you can make a comp time string by doing this. And then this will be, depending on Windows or Linux, it or whatever OS you're doing, it's gonna be the correct one. So now we will say if it starts with that, then we will do slice, and it's gonna slice 1 plus the length of this. Otherwise it's just gonna be this. Okay, that's the normalized. and then we put that here. But it was also weird that we couldn't open it, and it was weird that if we moved it back, it still didn't work. But let's see if this fixes anything. So we move it back. We can't open it here either, so let's check what it's called now. It's still like /. Did I have these backwards? No. What am I missing here? Maybe it's not finding the index anymore. Okay, so then if I just move it here, whoops, will it update? No. Okay, that makes sense. So it didn't update at all. Okay, so I think what I'll do, I'll just hard code in this for now, entities, and then okay, now that works. Okay, there we go. And there we go. Now we can open it and stuff. Okay, cool. Okay, so move works. I'm just gonna double check again. ASDF. Now it's called entities. We go in here. We do out here, and now it's in there. Okay, so move works. I just also want to also, if we save now, oh, I think one thing that's missing, if we now save, it will, I think, yeah, it comes up here. So that's an issue. The document needs to update its file path as well. Maybe the document doesn't need to have a file path. Maybe we only grab it from the asset index. Like, we're sort of duplicating things here. I guess it could be also like a pointer. Into the node. Sure, we can make it to a pointer. Wait, I want to see something. So if we go to where we are creating these documents, this path, where is it going into? Like, oh, that's an absolute path as well, but I guess it doesn't really matter that much. So where do we update the index here? Here we're updating the index, and we're adding the index here. So we should maybe add the index first and then grab the file name from the index. Yeah, that makes sense. We don't want to like double store this thing. reference, so we don't want to duplicate it. We just store it here as a convenience. And now we have to make sure, because this is actually now not an absolute path anymore as well. So now we don't have to free it. We can remove this because it's freed with the access index actually handles it. And open. We need a pointer here now instead. This one. We want to do this. And this. And now we have to, all these absolute things, we have to actually change this now to open like a root, like the root directory, and use the file system functions from that now instead. Because the idea is that you have the project folder and everything is relative to that, and everything is going to exist in the project folder, so we don't really need to have this absolute paths. It was just there for convenience when we implemented this the first time. New content, okay. Yeah, so now save. We actually need a directory now as well. Maybe that could be a pointer as well, because the directory is never gonna change. It's like it's like each document is tied to a project anyway. Or we could just pass it in, I guess. We could also pass it in. So we could pass in a project directory, I guess. We could also pass in a project, actually, because that has a convenience function to open the root there, I think. Or where do we have that? Oh, yeah, as its library. So let's actually just get the project or something there. And then here we open it, and then this is gonna be root create. What's happening? Oh, that should be fine. Root here, create file. Oh, yeah, we don't need allocator there. The LSP is not working again, but never mind that. We've gotten used to it by now. Where were we? Here, yeah. So root here, so there, create file. Let's hope that this works. And yeah, that should be it there. We also have, when we're loading the content, we pass in the file path here. This should also be Yeah, we're sending in deserialize here, so we have this function. This also uses absolute. So we should get not only the path, but also, let's get the project in here. Or maybe we can, actually, maybe we can just get the root directory like this. Yeah. And then open file. Okay. We have an. Okay, yeah. We have to do a bunch of stuff to make this work now, but I think it's for the better. Hopefully we don't end up doing a whole bunch of changes and then it turns out it's bad. That has happened before, and I have to like revert everything, but let's hope not. Okay, so we got project. We need it for load content as well. And here we will do. Yeah, so here we open the directory and we send that in here. And then you will get a directory here. And pass that along there. Okay. I'm just gonna double check here. Open file absolute, create file absolute, rename. So the only thing called absolute is like other things, I think, yeah. But we do have this absolute path stuff as well. So I do want to check that out. What's happening? No, not that one. Here to absolute path. We have. Yeah, we don't really need this anymore, I don't think. Let's check. So this one is used to initialize. So this, it doesn't have to be absolute path anymore. And this one actually takes a directory and a path. It creates the absolute path here, I think. Yeah, so the only thing we need to do is we need to join this path. Well, that's to get the absolute path. No. Wait. I forgot if this was absolute or not. No, it's not. It's not. Well, it could be, I guess. I don't think it is. I don't think it's absolute. Actually, it's yeah. So to get the actual file name here, we actually do. Well, don't we have like relative to root somewhere? Oops. Yeah. So relative to root. That's. Okay, I'm doing like a roundabout way of doing this. I'm using okay. Okay, I'm not gonna explain all this crap here, but what we're gonna do is we're gonna say relative to root. That is gonna be I believe we have joined that, yeah. That is gonna be allocator, well, self.allocator. And then we get a bunch of things. Yeah. So we need the current directory. That is going to be this. And then we also need file name, which is like the file name. Yeah, that's like the local file name in the directory, like the base name. That's the base name, yeah. So we take the directory, which is relative to root, we join it with the base name, then we get the relative to root. We don't need the absolute file path. Also, yeah, we do wanna like delete this as well. So it's a little bit messy in here, but let's see. We free that up. Now it has in relative to root, except we actually want a pointer to. Well, do we actually want the pointer though? No, we don't want the pointer. What am I doing? So this is already a pointer, you know, this is a pointer, so we can just pass this in. No, but although it's not really a pointer because, well, it's not a pointer in the same sense. Well, or is it? No, because it has a length as well. I think it's more like a struct that has a pointer and a length. So it doesn't get updated. If you update the path in the index, it's not gonna get updated here if you just pass it as a slice here. So you have to pass it as a pointer to get the actual thing. Now, after we've done the relative root, we need to store it in the index, which we're doing here. But we also need the ID. Okay, here's where here's where the crux. It's like a chicken and egg situation here. The document gets an ID generated, I think. I mean, it's easy to fix. We initialize the document here. The document gets, well, the content actually gets an ID in here. Well, all of these documents work the same, basically. And so you have, well, scene document, persistent, you have like persistent data. And here's the ID. And in each of these init functions, the ID is randomly generated. Okay, so we can but the thing is, we can create the content first. Right. Because in this case, so in this case we want to initialize without a path, I guess. Let me see, new content. The only thing this does is it doesn't really need to check for file path, actually. because we're just initializing a new thing, but then the state is loaded. Okay, I don't care about that. And then we initialize with file path. I guess we can make this nullable, and that should fix it. We go back, we say null here, we make the new content, we don't load it yet, we add the index, all of this crap we can just delete, I think. We create the absolute path to root here, we free it, we don't need this. We create the relative to root, we already have that, and then we make it into a zero terminated string, so we delete it. So we already have that. And we can even rename this relative to root z to make it, or we can just keep it like that, whatever, it doesn't matter. Here we put it into, we put the document into the thing. So let's do that first. Okay, we'll do this. Right, we don't load it yet. We have to add the index first. After we add the index, now document now we do stored document file path is equal to the index get index, and actually we need to get the pointer as well, so this just returns the slice. We need to get the pointer, so I will make a function called get index pointer, which will do this, and now we do get pointer instead. There we go. And then this one could just use that. Okay, so we get the pointer of the ID. Okay, it's a little bit weird, convoluted here, but I want the document to have a reference to the file path. So we create the document, we created content to get a new ID. This is when you create a new document. The ID is then generated here. Then we store it in our container for documents. We grab the stored document from the container, so we can update the actual place where it lives through the whole program. We also grab the content here for convenience there, and then we update our index to this now relative to root, which is the actual file path. So the file path is going to be stored in the index, and that's where that's going to live, the file path. And then we set our file path to that pointer in the index. So we're not duplicating the file path. And also another bonus is that whenever the file path is updated anywhere, the document will also have its updated because it's a pointer. So that should fix that. And we also don't have to deal with the absolute file paths anymore, which is very nice. And then after all that, We can also do a load here. We do load, but it's not gonna be absolute. I'm not even sure if that is used. We'll see. Document content load. Oops. It just calls load on here, which just calls load on there, which no, non-persistent data. And most of these functions don't even use that path, so I'm just going to go through each one and check if we actually use it. So non-persistent data, we have scene. No, we're not using it. We're not using path here. And we're not using path here. And we're not using path here. And we're not using it. Okay. So, yes, great. And then go back to where we were. Here. Wait. No, not here. Here. Yeah. So this path doesn't even, it's not even used. So what is okay, so yeah, so that's fine. New content, yes. So that's fine. Yeah, we never have to actually read the file here. We just create it and we save it on the file system. Okay. Now, what else do we want to do? Let's see. Scene. Okay, yeah, this is like a special case for scenes. Just going through this. This function is a little bit messy here, but and then we do a save. We append a new file here. Like, okay, so if we couldn't save it, so before, at this point, we haven't actually added the document into the container yet, but I think we want to actually have it anyway. Now we have like an error state, so if this fails, no, not document generic, document save. If this fails, nothing happens. Right, because this doesn't change the state of the document. Okay. So it's just unable to save it. I guess we just show that as an error, and I mean, in the case where you're trying to create a new document, that might be something where you want to handle it and remove the document. Like, what should happen if it can't save it to the file system? Should we even have it in the editor? Should we just not create it? I guess. Because in that case, we have to now remove it from the asset index. We have to remove it from the document container in that case. I'll just keep it around. I guess it doesn't really hurt. Well, it does hurt for the index, I guess, because it's pointing to a file that doesn't exist. Yeah, maybe we should just remove it. Okay. Or maybe we just remove it from the index, actually. We could store it as like an error. No, let's just remove it. Let's do that. So we'll do documents. and then we'll do like a fetch, swap, remove, get ID, and get the entry here. We actually don't really need the entry. We already have the entry actually. Let's do that. So we don't need to do a fetch swap remove, we could just do a swap remove. We don't care about the result. And we can do store document, deinitialize. And we do need the allocator. Okay, so we're deinitializing the document. We also want to remove it from the index. So we're gonna do that. Remove index. Now we don't need to put that in there. Okay, so we handle that. Next thing is to yeah, next thing is here where we add the index, we also need to normalize the file name. So let's make a function here that actually does that, so we don't have to redo this every time. Normalize index, and we get this out. Okay. No, new index. There we go. And also when we add an index, we also want to normalize. There we go. All right. Okay. So it feels like there's a million different things that could go wrong here and that I missed, but this one is called that. This is a different function. Is this even used? Yes, why? Okay, this is wrong as well. So we need to fetch from the index here. File path is gonna be current project. Index, get index pointer, Do we have the ID anywhere? Yes, just ID. Okay. So that's index pointer. If we don't find it, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? I mean, we already have get file path by ID here, so we know it has to exist. Actually, yeah, that's the actual file. So we should actually do this instead. That's the path that we want to use. We don't need... Do we even need this now? No? Let's remove that. See? We're taking a whole bunch of complexity out by switching to relative path here. Just keeping to one convention and stick with that. Okay, that's the index. And now... Oh yeah, so to absolute. This one is now, it's not used, so let's remove that. Now we're... Okay, let's just see what kind of errors we get here from the compiler. We should be getting like a lot of errors. I have a feeling. Yeah. Okay, as an index 155. All right. So if this is null, we return null. Otherwise, we want to dereference it. Yeah. File path expected. Oh, right. So the file path is already relative to root here, so we don't need to make that relative to root. So we can just remove this. And we can remove this. Now we have to though be careful because here we're duplicating the thing. So the result here is actually duplicated. Well, that makes sense, yes, because this is like the editor session. So we should just duplicate the file path here. Yeah. Wait, is it? Yeah, let's do Z, and then this is just file path star. This one is not used. Good. Member function. Oh, yeah. Need to specify the element there. Expected type nullable. Oh, out of memory. Okay. Cache unreachable. Okay, now we're in a different place. Expected one argument. Oh yeah, so we don't need to pass in allocator. No field member function in. Wait. No field member function named load. Oh, okay. Yeah, the same thing here. Yeah, because content is like the actual tag payload, and then this one is like the enum or the union. 409 catch member function expect. Okay, save. What do you want? Project. Oh yeah. So do we have the project somewhere or no? So this is gonna be self current project. For 9 expected. Okay. Type will ignore. Remove index. Yeah, sure. Let's just ignore this. Okay. Document 58. Expected one. Oh yeah. Allocator is not needed. Load content still needs allocator though. And project. So we do need to add project here as well. Oops. And oops. Now we need project here. Expected. Oh yeah, pointer. Load content. You need project editor 21. You also need project. Okay. So this one should also get project. We need to import that. Editor. So if we have an editor, we have a project. So we can do this and this. For 72, you need current project. Access manager. One. Oh, you also need project here. Well, okay, yeah, we do have context, so we can just say context current project. Oh. Right, so let's do okay, yeah. So this is now a pointer, and so you can't just do this because it can be null, and we can't wrap it like this because this is not a pointer. And we I guess we have to do this. Okay. Wow. Let's see what happens now. Can we even open stuff? Okay, yeah, we can. Let's change him to have an open mouth, and we save. There we go. This got updated, so it seems to work. Let's remove this, I guess. Let's move this down here. Okay, so how do we want to test this now? Yeah, so what I did was I moved it over. Wait, no. Let's start the editor with having it down here. We open this guy. Actually, we close the project and we reopen it. And then we open the file while it's in this directory. And it crashes. Okay. I was waiting for that. Like, we did so many changes to paths and strings and all that. Something was bound to happen here. Okay, we got a seg for, so one of the file names is not properly initialized. So if we follow the whole thing here, we're gonna have like an open. Whoa. This one, open file node. What happened to the? Yeah, okay, whatever. Open file node. And then we do open editor. This has the path. So this path is also okay. This is also like interesting because this path is stored in the assets library. So we actually had 3 different places where we store the path to the files. We have the assets library, which is like the file system, virtual file system. We have the index, which maps IDs to paths. And then we also have the document themselves, which now looks at the index for their paths. So should the library do the same? I don't think so, because some of the nodes are not actually present in the index. So maybe the asset library should be the source of truth, and then, but that will be a really strange way of saying. Now let's just have it duplicated between the library and the index, and just make sure that they are updated. Okay, so anyway, yeah, there's a little bit of duplication going on, but it's just 2 things now at least. So but anyway, why did this go wrong here? We're trying to open the node. Let's check for, well, actually, no, it was a seg fault, yeah. So let's check, let's open up the index, check for this file. This is B93. So I was checking for the normalization here. Normalization looks good. And let's go to open editor. This grabs the ID by the file path. So where did it go wrong? Base name of the document file path, I think. Wait, layout menu? Oh, so it did open the thing, but then it went wrong when trying to display the label of the active document. Okay, so we open the document, but the file path is probably not properly initialized. So we get the ID by file path, yes, and that seemed to work. Then we open the editor by ID, so we get the existing entry which was not existing. Then we request a document which seemed to work as well. But it's in the request document that the magic sort of happens. It loads in the document and stores it in a container and all that. So let's look at here. We get the entry. We didn't find it. We can also follow the logs, so you can see request document. Yeah, this is the document here. So wait. Yeah, requested this document, not found, loading, and then we request some other document as well. I guess that's a texture. Here we're loading in the thumbnail, and yeah, no, that's the thumbnail. What's this? And that's also the thumbnail. Wait, why are we loading it like several times? Okay, this seems like a bug. We shouldn't load it that several times. How many times did that happen? Only 2 times, I think. Yeah, this one is 43, 53, this one is 58. So it loads in the thumbnail 2 times for some reason. Okay, never mind that for now. And then it fails all of a sudden. So we request a document. Probably this all goes well, because it goes into the UI afterwards and crashes there when trying to render the editor. So let's check here. We are getting the path. This is the pointer to the index. If anything would go wrong, this is just gonna show null here. We are also looking at, yeah, we're grabbing the document and storing it in the container here. And the document open is just supposed to set file path to this path here. So let's check what document open is doing. Oh, it's right here. And we initialize with the file path. Yes. And then we just load the document. And this one just does a whole bunch of stuff. So why would the file path be? Okay, let's check this path. So this path goes in here. Let's check. No, the path that should be loaded into the index. Let's start this. Okay, so I think the issue is when we close the project, then we open it, and then we try to go in. So I think that's where the error happened. Okay. Right, because when we close the project, the index gets nuked, basically. When we open it again, something weird happens with the index. I think. Yeah, something weird happens when we like close and open a project. Okay. Is it because no, the documents should also be like, let's check here. Closing a project. We're setting the project to null. We're closing all the editors. And we're deinitializing the project. So this should close. This closes all the editors. What happens to the documents? The documents should also be. Okay, we're not doing anything with the documents. I think the documents, when we're closing the editors, we should also like remove the documents as well. We have close editor by ID, so maybe we should actually just use this one in here. We're going through each editor. So let's actually go through keys. And we'll say close by ID. But then we cannot iterate. Okay. Or can we? No, we can't. So we deinitialize them, then we clear it. We also want to unload the document here. Yeah, we do unload document. There we go. And this is going to be editor document. Get ID. All right. And then, because I think what's happening is the document gets it gets stuck in when you close the project, it doesn't unload the document, so the document's still there in memory. Then we open up the document, or I mean the project. It loads in the index, but now the index actually has a different memory location, but the old documents are still pointing to the old place, the old index place. So really, any time we update the index or like remove something from the index, we need to make sure that the documents also follow suit here. So when we close the editors, we unload the documents. When we do that, yeah. When we close the project, we should also go through each document and unload it. Okay, this seems unnecessary. Oh yeah, also reload documents. We unload the request, okay, yeah. Okay, okay, I got a little bit lost now. Update thumbnail, no. Wait, I totally blanked out here. So yeah, when we close the editor, or when we close the project, we close the project, we set the project. So if we have a current project, we close it. So we close the editor, we deinitialize the project, we unload the documents. Yeah, so this one is not implemented, so we have to implement that. So yeah, unload document here. And let's have this function here, unload documents. So basically we just, I mean, this is gonna be separate functionalities. This is gonna be, well, we just wanna do self documents map values document. So we just initialize the document, and then we do clear and free. Well, documents.map. There we go. Okay. And also, now we can say, when we deinitialize the thing, whoops, we can actually just say set project to null, and that will remove all editors, all the documents, so we don't need to do these things, and we don't need to do that, we don't need to do this. I guess the only thing we do is tools and like global stuff. This is tools, icons, texture, yeah. Okay. Okay, so now we test. When we close and open the project, it should work now. Close and open this again. Now it crashed. Okay. Crashed again. Is there a different error, or yes, it is. So at least something happened. Multi-array lists. Oh, okay, yeah, I see what the problem is. So it's like the documents are actually when we initialize this, the context, the documents are set to be this. We ensure total capacity so we don't have to like allocate space for them, and they don't get invalidated like pointers to the documents. So we do this, and so next time we close and open, since we're using like clear and free, it's actually like I think it's zeroing out the memory, and it's also freeing up the capacity. So when we open a project, we need to make sure that we have enough capacity. So let's do that. I think what we want to do is we want to actually, we can just say open project. Well, what do we do in restore session actually? Yeah, we do set project. So what we could do is we could just set in set project. We also ensure that we have capacity if we're opening another project. So before we load the project, actually we could put it in load project, I guess. Yeah. There we go. This needs to be self-allocator. So now we don't need to call this here actually. It's already taken care of here. And now we can just do return instead. Okay, let's try this again. Close, open. There we go. Okay. Now, let's try this that we were trying to do here. When we have this open and we move this into entities, we go in here and then we click save. It doesn't create a new file down here. Okay, cool. And then we change this guy to closed mouth and we save, and we see that it updated here. So even if we open it somewhere and then we move it and then we save it, it's gonna save at the original thing. Also, now let's open this one, and now this one, and now let's remove this file. Yes, it will close the editor, so that's good. And I'm just gonna double check if we have some memory leaks or something. No, good. Now another test I want to do is when we create, let's say we create two things, one there and another one, then we open both of them, or we don't. What? Okay, there we go. I'm not sure what happened there. That seemed like a bug as well. Okay, let's just do this. So now both are open, and we delete ASDF. Now I'm not really sure which one is which, but it's gonna be... Oh, that actually crashes. Okay, interesting. I did not expect it to crash. Oh. Actually, you know what? That should be fine. Okay. Yeah, it's the file path of the document again. Oh, did it get invalidated? Did the index get invalidated? Is that the is that? Did we rebuild the entire oh, and then it got invalid. Okay. Ooh. Yeah, so we have the same problem here. The index gets rebuilt, it gets invalidated, and the document is pointing to the wrong thing. The document file path point to the wrong thing. So yeah, so we shouldn't change the index. The index shouldn't change the pointers. That's the whole thing. And what we want to do is we want to also ensure capacity here, because these things are also like the only thing they have here is well, actually maybe we don't even need document file path. Maybe document file path is like, does anyone actually ever use document file path? Maybe we don't actually care about document.file path. Like we can get the file path by ID, and the document has an ID, so we can just get it. So like even here we get the file path. We can say self get file path, and the ID is get ID. Okay, we don't need to repeat that. So that's that. I'm just gonna double check that this works here. Yeah, that works. Okay. Error starting scene. and here we have the document file path. So we wanna get the file path is gonna be, I mean, it's gonna be the same thing. And that's the thing. Okay. And then here, same shit, different name. Okay. Yeah, or else what? Or else nothing. Okay. File path is document file path. Well, it's not. It's actually this. Okay, so let's go here and check if this is actually used. And it's gonna be a bit of pain since we don't have LSP properly working here. But here, for example, we have texture. What is texture document base name? Okay, let me do this. Get file path, free file path. I'm just gonna check for if it's anything called like document or document. Dot file path. Here we have one, for example. Yeah, this is where we set it, so let's just remove that. Texture document set texture file path, no. Store document file path, that was this one. Okay. So we went through everything there. And then then we go to document and we just remove file path, right? And now we should either get some compilation errors to fix it, and so document init, so we don't need you. Document open. We don't need a path. Or do we need a path? Actually, document open might need a path, actually. Open. And it doesn't need to be absolute, so we can remove this here. Yeah, we don't even need a file path. It's kind of weird. We're opening we're opening a project without a file path. Yeah, because now we actually want to grab the we can grab the file path like this. Load content. We actually need, well, we kind of need a file path here though. how did... Oh, yeah, because we stored the file path from before. So from here, do we have... Yeah, we have an ID. So we can just load... We can just grab the file path from the ID here. So let's just grab that ID. If we don't find it, then it's gonna fail inside. And we are asserting that it exists. Oh, we already have file path. No, wait. This doesn't work. This is... File path. There we go. But if we don't find it, we have to return null, I think. Yeah. And it's gonna log out that it doesn't find it also. But load content, you actually need file path here. There we go. And we don't need to assert anything about that. There we go. And we need to grab the file path here. There we go. So we don't get the file path there. There we go. Okay. Now let's see, where else are we calling this? We're calling it here. So open actually also needs file path. I mean, it makes sense, you know. You have to agree that it makes sense to have a file path that you have to open. Okay, but where is this called? Open here. Yeah, I mean, we already have the path, so. Yeah, but it doesn't have to be a pointer, so now we can go back to get file path by ID. Okay. Okay, we kind of went the long way around here, but as I said, we made a bunch of changes that ended up being not good, so we had to revert it. I had a feeling that that was gonna happen. Layout utils 129. This is what? Get file path, so it can be null. This returns null. Oh, we need this has to be context. No field 9 file path. 33. Yeah. It's also very nice feeling to actually like remove code. Okay, save. Save actually needs file path. Actually, we don't need file path. We can grab the file path from the project, but we can still assert here. So let's grab the file path. Well, I mean, okay, we can do it like this. We grab the file path from project, asset index, get index, self, get ID. If we don't find it, then we do panic. Could not save document. Could not find index. And the document is the ID, so it's not going to be. Yeah, it's going to be that. All right. And we're not asserting anymore. We already have the file path. There we go. Okay, let's try and save. Yeah. Let's open up another file. Change, save. Okay. Go back. Open up this file. Save. Let's delete it. Okay, that went well. Okay, so let's try this again now. We create two files. Open up. So this is an issue. We cannot open up the new files but we can do this, and then we can open up the new files. So I think there's something. I think the ID might not get populated when they are added. I'm just gonna fix that real quick here. So that's gonna be in the assets manager when we add a new asset. And it's gonna be in some of these things here. Whoa. And we're doing that. We're doing new assets. So this is the the common thread here. And right. Let's check what's happening here. Yeah, so the thing that we want to do is we want to, this one, append new file. So that happens. However, it doesn't update the, it doesn't add an ID to the index, or I mean to the file. So let's look at the asset library for append new file. And we don't even get the ID in here. We could add an ID here so it can actually populate it properly here. So what's happening in here? We are creating a new file node, and the ID we grab from the index, and is there something wrong with the path here? We don't normalize the path. Is that the issue? Let's do get ID. Let's normalize the path here. Okay. Okay, there we go. Now we can open it. Great. So now we get all of these open. We open this one first. This should be, or actually we open something else first. So if we delete this way, no, yeah, so if we have, actually let's redo this. What I want to test is I open this first. Okay, then we do it. So now this is open from the start. So that's the first document that's open. Then we open the 2 is the second, and this is the third. So if I have the third open and I delete this one, then that still works. Okay. Great. There we go. Awesome. That was a lot of stuff that went wrong there, but we did a whole bunch of upgrades, I think, to the whole structure here basically, and got it a lot more robust. So yeah, what did I think about? So yeah, so we tested that. We've tested moving, deleting. We tested moving and saving. We don't have memory leaks. Great. Let's go to do. What happened actually? Yeah, delete. So what sent us on this journey? Well, I think I did because I wanted to test. Yeah. I wanted to test the editor's closing and stuff. Also, I want to test, like, let's say we open up this guy and we close the project. We open the project. Oh. Didn't update the session, or what happened there? Well, I'm pretty sure that when we close the project, it should store the session as well. No, context, store session, actually close project. Oh, we're not storing the session for the project. Actually, the session is not for the project, it's actually for the entire editor. So maybe that actually makes sense. But maybe we should store a session per project. I don't know. Open up this one. We close. Open again. We open this guy. We move it around. We update, save. That's updated. We do this, save. Okay, cool. And then we close and open again and go in there and we can save it and okay. Nice. Yeah, so it all seems to work. Actually, I'm curious, what happens if we do this? Let's create an entity type again. And I'm just gonna set this to something here. And then save. Oh. Why isn't it updating the thumbnail now? Okay, something weird happened. Oh, there we go. Okay, why does that happen? Okay, I think there's a mismatch somewhere. So there's a mismatch. The normalized thing is mismatching with a dot slash somewhere. We created a new asset. Let's see. The name here is fine. Now I think this will work, yeah. But if we create a new one, we set the texture. It doesn't matter. And then we save. It doesn't update. Yeah, it does update. Wait, what happened? What was the steps here? We did this. Did I move it before? Oh, wait. Now this one we delete. Okay, there we go. And we go back. What does this say now? It doesn't say dot slash. When we create a new entity, it doesn't. Now it says dot slash. There's your error. So when we create a new one, it doesn't normalize. Why is that? I thought I added it. Context, new asset. The asset library, this one is not normalized. Okay, so we should okay, let's just normalize it before we do anything here. Normalized, and we can actually say this. We can actually do this. Okay, and now I need to change all the occurrences here to normalized. Okay. I was just annoyed that I had still one of those left. 375. Normalized, 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 normalized. Struct, asset index, no member name, normalized. Okay. Oh yeah, normalized index. No. Or normalized index not marked public. All right. Let's delete them. Create a new one. There we go. We grab a texture. We update it. And we save. Now we get a thumbnail. Okay. We should also have like a... Yeah, I'm not clearing the thumbnails after we delete a asset or some sort of thumbnail culling where or purification where, you know, all the missing IDs. There's a bunch of thumbnails that are pointing to like missing IDs. So we should have a thing that removes those. Maybe like on startup or something, or on close, or I don't know. I mean, if it's on startup, it's gonna be. It doesn't have to be on startup because it's like it's just a nice thing to do. Maybe when you save the project or close the editor, or I don't know. Because I don't think we're not deleting the thumbnails ever. How do you say this counter words? Oh. No, it's like what it was called. You can like count the things, but yeah, we should have like an infinite. But that wasn't that bad. Okay. Oops. Okay. But we should definitely do that. Let's add that to the to-do. Thumbnails. Delete thumbnails that are no longer used. Somehow. Okay. Now I think it's time to move on to the tabs. And that will make the editor really nice, I think. So first things first, I'm going to what am I going to do? I'm going to fill up my coffee cup and I'll be right back. So then we'll start working on implementing like editor tabs, so you will have one tab for each document. But I will explain more when I get back. Yeah, mate. Alright, I lied. I actually grabbed some food as well. I need to eat. It's like 1 hour, 1.5 hour past lunch here. One second. Okay. So, this is what we want to do. Well, okay. This is kind of really old, like, to do here, but what we want to do is we want to have tabs for each document. So each document, when you open it, each editor that gets opened with a document is gonna correspond to a tab at the top. So you can easily switch between all the open documents, just like in any sort of, like I guess Notepad plus. Well, now Notepad in Windows 11 or whatever has that as well. So you have like tabs, and well, any sort of editor that you can have multiple documents open at one time. You have some way of changing documents that you are focused on, so you don't have to like search in the asset manager after your other document that you wanna like switch to. So that would increase productivity a little bit. But I actually have to BRB a little bit here, and I'll be back. I'm not sure, like maybe half an hour or something. I have to go to a meeting here. So I'll be right back. Okay, and now I'm back. Okay, so yeah, as I said here, yeah, I want to implement this. I think it's probably not gonna be that much big of a deal. Although the tabs are like tied to, like in ImGui you have tabs, but they are like tied to things in the. I mean, I guess we could just put. I mean, okay, so I have a lot of thoughts going on at the same time, so I'm trying to just explain this. I think that ImGui, like you have a window, right? And each window can be like a tab. But right now I actually have the editor is drawing things like on the canvas, like on the background of the whole application. So we're drawing things on the background. I mean, it's probably pretty easy to change that so that it draws so that it draws okay, yeah, sorry, I was distracted a little bit. So the question is, do we want to move the editor thing or do we just want to create this weird tab system? Well, I guess we'll just, I think we'll, so let's outline a little bit of features that we want. So we want to click on a tab to go to that editor, of course. We want to have a X button to unload the document and close the editor, and not the whole editor, just the editor for that document. Okay. And what else? I mean, I guess ImGui could handle like rearranging and stuff if you really want to have that. There's also like, you know, close all documents, close, you know, you can have those kind of convenience things like close to the right, close to the left, close everything but this, you know. But that's gonna be maybe in the future, like context menu, close to the left, close to the right, close everything but this. Okay, and then we can also have go to, because each editor is tied to one document, so we could also have like go to documents in assets library. We already have that functionality, so that would be easy enough to add. And a context menu is also very easy to add, so that's actually pretty easy to implement. The one thing that we want is like the actual tab system, and we could build it using, you know, a small window that's going to be like a bar along the top, and then have like buttons. You could have buttons that extend that you can sort of make into tabs, and then we can kind of keep track. Well, we already have tracking for which editor is active, and the current, like which editors that exists. So And when we close an editor, I forgot how we actually deleted it. We do an order remove, so it's not gonna mess up the thing there. So I think we can get started now. So So let's head over to the manager. Well, not the manager. Let's start at the main layout function. And here's the draw function. This is where we draw stuff on the background, as I said before. Like, for example, the time map editor draws the time map on the background, and we draw other such things like a border around the select, like the hover, the grid cell, and stuff like that. So it's not actually contained within an ImGui window. Excuse me. But it would be cool if we could move it into a window. I mean, I guess that has to be possible, you know. We could just use like ImGui's, like Raylib ImGui integration thing to do that. So but let's see, how can we make this thing here? So here's where we have that. I guess let's hide the demo button. We don't really need this right now. It's just in the way anyway. And this one is also. Let's I guess we can move this into its own function, like demo button function. We'll take both of those, move it into a demo button. Okay. And then, just so we don't have to look at it here, I guess we don't really need to have it there at all. But then we can add it more easily there. Okay, so right, so we have a current project. So it's only gonna be applicable if you actually have a project. And then what we do is we have a project menu. Right, that's the menu that's at the top. And below that we're gonna have the document tabs. Right. So here's that's gonna be the document tabs. Right, and we need the context. So what's gonna happen in here? We are going to create a function and well, I mean a window. So we're gonna have begin menu bar, maybe main menu bar. I don't know. We could just make a child also, and or not a child, a window, and we'll call it document tabs, and we're gonna have some flags. We are going to have menu bar, no. Oh, you can actually do no bring to front on focus. Okay, actually I wanna do that real quick on the side panels. Actually, I'll just write it down here. Add, what was it called? No bring to front on focus. Add this flag to all side menus. Okay, just so I don't forget it. Okay, no title bar, true. No scroll with mouse, no saved settings, no resize, no nav focus, nav inputs, no move, no mouse inputs, no focus on appearing, no docking, well we can't move, so no collapse, true, no background, menu bar, padding. Okay, so let's start there. And as I've come to notice, like it's really nice to just defer end here, because if you, for example, want to return in the middle of this function, then you don't want to have to put z.end on every return to clean up this begin here. So you put defer instead, so it will handle not only when it exits here, but all the returns, all the things that could happen that exits from this function here. All right. Now what do we want to do here then? Do we have so there are like tabs we could do. Tab bar. I guess we could just have a tab bar. Documents. Like opened documents. Flags. What kind of flags do we have? Auto select new tabs. No. Draw a selected overline. Fitting, pause and resize down, scroll. No move, no close. Yeah, I don't want to close with middle mouse button. What? True. No tab, list, scrolling buttons. No tooltip, reorderable. Tab list. Okay, so it's like reorderable. Like, where does it keep the order? Like, how do you actually do the tabs? I guess each tab will have like an ID then. Okay. So is this a bool? Do I do if and then end it here? Or how does it work? Let's just start and see what this gives us here. Context use of on the phone. I thought it didn't check those functions. I don't actually call it, so maybe it checks like some things. Yeah, it has to like parse the document though. Unused function parameter, document tabs, context. Yeah, okay, whatever. There we go. Value type bool, ignore. See, I'm not sure what this bool actually does, so I'm just gonna do this. Now if it crashes, that means we're doing it wrong. And we do want to set, we actually want to grab screen width. I don't care about the height or the width, I mean. So let's just grab the height, screen size. Okay, so I just want screen height equals to get screen height. Okay. And it's like set window size, condition always once appearing. Let's just do always. Width equals, I guess it's like wanna check if you wanna re-render. Actually, it's not height, it's width that I want. Screen width. The height is gonna be like a. I'm not gonna actually set height. It's gonna be automatic. I wonder how it does when you have like so many tabs that it. I guess we can test that. That it kind of moves. That it wraps around maybe. I don't want to. Don't want it to wrap around. So. Okay. Let's see how this works. And expected F32. Okay. Missing struct field H. Oh, it actually needs that. Okay. But I don't want to set it. I want it to, like, it already has like an automatic height from the content. Okay, but let's just set, I don't know, 32 or something. Okay, and then we want to set the position to be now this will only happen once. Pivot. What the hell? Okay, let's set X to 0 and Y will be like the size of the bar at the top. So this is gonna be the project menu, the size of the project menu. Begin main menu bar. So the size of this bar, I think it's like 24 something. We'll see whatever it is. Okay, so now we have this little thing here. I guess we'll increase the height a little bit because it seems to not be enough. Okay, maybe a little bit more. Now still a tiny bit more, maybe like 2. Let's add another 4. Okay. I just want to try if it's... Is it 42? Alright, there we go. So now we have this little bar here. And it looks... I mean, it doesn't look perfect, but it is what it is. So now it's like if I open a document, I want the bar to be, I want it like the on a tab open here. So let's do that. Let's go to here. And I guess we do begin. Actually, we want to do 4 so now we want the context. Oops. And it's gonna be like editors. Open editors. Dot map dot values. I guess we could do entries. Is that a thing? Actually, I don't think there's an array that contains both of them. You have to iterate to do that. Iterator. You can either do iterator, or you could also like loop through and keep track of the index, and they use the index as well. I'm gonna use this for a change, since it's like, otherwise when would you ever use this? Let me get this entry right, and then the entry. Okay, then the entry, we have the key, so I want to use the key as like an ID for the tab. So here we are going to say, do you actually need to be mutable? Yes. So we're gonna do begin tab item. The label, okay, so I guess it's the label. So you can have a label. I guess we what we want to do is we want to push an ID. In that case, we want to push an ID. It's not going to be an I32 though. I wish there was another type of ID you could push in here like that, because what I have is a U128. I guess we could push in the actual. I guess we could push in the serialized version of it. Now let's get the. Well, it's gonna be entry document get key, right? Okay, that is the thing, the string, and no, we need an actual string. It's not gonna accept like a temporary array here, I don't think. Or will it? Does it allocate this? Itself? I guess we'll find out. But then that needs to be a pointer. And then begin tab item. Yeah, so what is the label? So I want the label to be the sort of base name, like if you go to assets manager, wait, we go to utils layout or layout utils, and then we go to asset input here, and here we have the short label. I want this to be a function. So we'll make this into asset short name. Oops. Okay. So we provide the file path and we produce it's not gonna be empty. It's always gonna be there. So this is gonna be path. Okay. And what happened? Oh no. Did it crash on me? Man. Okay, where were we? I think layout utils. There we go. Let's try and recover. Okay, so we're back here. Okay, so let's delete that. There we go. Okay, anyway, so let's do this. And then here we say if we have a file name, we will do asset short name. Okay, now it's public, so we can go back to here. And we can get short name is gonna be name. Now the file path is going to be document. No, actually, it's going to be this. If we don't find it, yeah, I mean, that doesn't make sense because we've opened it in the editor. So I'm just gonna say unreachable here, and yeah, and hope that it doesn't blow up there. Okay, and as a short name, it's gonna be of the file path. And then here we're gonna say short name. That's the label. Now the label can be duplicated now because it's not used as an ID. Open. I'm not sure what that means. And flags. Leading, I don't know what that means. No assumed closure. No close with mid button. True. I don't understand why that's like default. No assumed closure. No push ID. No reorder. No tooltip. Set selected. Trailing. Unsaved. Okay. Cool. So there's a nice amount of stuff that you can do with that. Is this an if now? Yes. So let's do if. Then I guess end. Okay, let's see how that looks now. No field name document. Oh yeah, so this is gonna be value or something. Value pointer, okay. Expected type U120. Oh yeah. I guess we could just add a serialize function to the UID so for convenience. It's weird that it doesn't exist normally, but let's just add serialize and we get this. I think it's like 36 thing. And read self. And the earn is a 36U8. Okay. I guess I can also say this. Earn. Okay. And then we can do that. Also, we do have a whole bunch of stuff where we, where we actually do this. Okay, maybe only 2 places. But now we can do serialize. Or like that instead. Oh. Right. Actually, we could do. Could do that. And then we don't need this. Deserialize. I guess we could add deserialize as well. And then K. Right, so now we can just say deserialize K instead. And we don't need this. Wait, it can be an error. Yeah, okay, I guess. Actually, yeah, so this is where we want to get the catch. Yeah. But otherwise here we want to catch unreachable, okay. Okay. It's always nice to remove a bunch of stuff that you don't need anymore. Make it easier to use. Okay, so where are we? Where do we go? We were here and we were dealing with serialize. Okay. And where is the error now? Short name, expected type. Oh, it needs a serial terminated, of course. So is this serial terminated? Yes. So it is zero terminated. However, the short name will not be zero terminated. Well, it will be. It is gonna be zero terminated, but it's not. It's not correct. So we actually have to allocate this if we want to show this like that. I think I'm gonna just take the base name in that case. I'm gonna send this in, and I'll just, you know, I'll just do a pointer cast. Let's see. Did that do the trick? Okay. Here you can see we got our little tab here. Cool. And let's open up another thing. And there you go. Now we get another tab. Okay. So, now the question is, let's restart this LSP so we actually get maybe some help here. No. Great. If we do this, then what will happen? Layout. Okay, do we get help now? Okay, cool. So set selected is, I think this is where you can actually say that this is the active one. So I'm just gonna say, is this the active one? And then what do we want to do? Yeah, we wanna get the, well, we can just get the current editor. If, well, let's do is active is if we have an editor and this is now a U serialized, and then this one is equal to the ID. If we don't have one, then this is false. Okay, so now we have that. If we have an editor, we check if the ID is the same, otherwise we don't have an editor, so it's not active at all. Okay. Now let's see if that works. Whoops. What's happening? Did I accidentally exit out or something? I don't remember that. Okay, so we got that one. Let's open up this one, and there you can see it got selected here. And then we go back and it selects the same thing. Very cool. I don't see a huge amount of difference between like not selected and selected. So maybe we'll change the styling, but we can do that later. Okay, now one thing that I want to do is lower the sidebar a little bit. Let's go into like one of the layout functions here for entity type. And the menu is like the position is, so here's the top bar offset. So we actually need to do this a little bit. I think what we want to do is like editor content offset is gonna be the top bar offset plus the document tabs offset. Or actually this is like the height, top bar height, and then okay, and then this one is going to be document tabs height, which is, I don't know what it was, top bar height and doc tabs height. So that's where it starts. Now this one, I think it was like 42. Yes, and so we can change this now to be config dot document tabs height. Do we have config here? Okay, config, yeah, so that's 42, and then this one will start at there, and then we'll search for top bar offset, and now I have to change all of this to use content offset. So okay, there we go. Yeah, so now when we start, it should be lowered a little bit so we can see the tabs. There we go. And then what we do is we will what do we want to do? Yeah, so let's go back to layout. When you click on a tab, make it active. Well, when you click on a tab, yeah. Is it here? Is here when you click on the tab? Let's just try that. Clicked. No. So it's like, I think this is where you put the content. So how would you know that it's clicked? I guess the idea is like, if it's in there, that means that this is active. So if we're in here, and if we're not active, we want to make ourselves active. I think that's the idea. So if we are active, we want the current editor to be set somehow. Do we actually have a function for that? I mean, we have open editor by ID. Yeah. We can do open editor by ID, and we just provide the ID here, and that should be it. No, if we're not active, that's right, if we're not active, then we open the editor. Because I don't think it goes in there when what happened now? Segfault. I'm just checking the context here if we have any like editor that is saved, and because we're changing the editor, we're changing the document, so a lot of things are gonna happen at this point. Tab item button. What is that? Tab item button. What? Okay, maybe that's like an alternative. Because we don't really need a content, and we can now check if it's clicked. If it's clicked and we are not active, then we open editor. I'm just gonna keep this nested here because it's fun. Oh yeah, I reopened the editor because the LSP. Okay, and if I click it, nothing happens. If I open something else, that one is active. I think it doesn't really look like it. And I'll try to open that one, it doesn't work. Huh. Is it because it's already open? Or no, but here we are like getting it. If it already existed, we just set the editor to be that. I don't understand. Get the same kind of weird thing here. Get ID. Is it because it's not loaded yet or something? Oh, we are iterating through while doing this. Okay, I think that's the issue, maybe? Yeah, because we're adding a new thing. Okay. So I'm gonna have a variable here called want to open, like editor to open. It's gonna be this. Do we have UID here? No. Okay. And then we say here, instead of doing this, we want to say editor to open is equal to ID, and then we do down here, after the whole iteration, we're gonna say if editor to open ID, we open this editor. Let's call it ID to open. Okay. Because I think what happened was that we changed the array while iterating through it, or the hash map array thing while iterating through it, and that's never good. There we go. Now we can open this, and it opened it up. Well, okay, I don't think that was a problem. Then now we can switch between them like this. But there, it's not really shown as being active, I don't think. Set selected is active, right? Huh. Oh my god. Do I have to do like end tab item or something? This will surely crash, right? Oops. Yeah, why? Yeah. All right. So I'm not sure why set selected doesn't work. It's clearly going in here. Oh, excuse me. False. Yeah. Leading? I don't know what leading means. No assumed closure. I guess I'll set it to true. I don't know. Will that change like the styling a little bit, or? I don't know. Also, what happens if we just open a whole bunch of stuff now? But this is really nice. So, and also I want to add, yeah, there we go. So now it's like, oh, it's like, now how do you like scroll to the left and right? No reorder false, so we should be able to reorder it. Tooltip trailing. I don't know what this means. Trailing. Draw selected overline. Okay, I think I'll Google this a little bit here. Tab item button. So I will show here, let's see, browser. I'm using a plus button after reorderable tab bar to add a new tab. Okay, to add a new tab. Oh, okay. If I move the last tab, the button's position moves to after the moved tab instead of after the tab bar. So here we have like a tab bar and we have tab items, so it's not using the tab buttons. Switch to the newly selected tab. But this happens like every frame. I'm not sure if how it works actually. How does this work? Show leading. Oh, tab item button. Show leading tab item button. So there's like, okay. Ingri manual, I think it's called. Yeah. So let's see. Where do you have like tabs? Here. Now where is it? Is it here or here? There. Okay. No. So we have tab bar, we have tab item, and that's the content. So yeah, that makes sense. Okay. And if we do, here's leading and trailing. Oh, so we have like a question mark, and so are these the buttons then? Oh, I see. And then you also have buttons in here. How do you do that? And how do you like scroll? You don't scroll. Okay. I guess that's fine. So we have the tab bar. And there's, okay, so you have to set this to trailing, I see. So you can have tab buttons that are like leading or trailing. I see. That makes sense now. And then you have a tab item. I'm not sure what open means. Okay, how do you detect the? Oh, is that? Oh, okay. So this is kind of weird. You create a bool, you pass in a bool pointer, and if they set the bool pointer to false, that means that we can close, or that means that someone closed it. Okay. So it's like if you don't put a pointer here and you put null, then it's like it doesn't show the X. Okay. So yeah, because I don't get an X here, but if I just say bool equals false, and no, it's over here. No, wait, it's, oh yeah, but this is not tab item, this is begin tab bar and flags. Wait, where is? What's happening? Tab item. Oh, this is bar. Yeah, item. There we go. There we go. So open is equal to this guy. And then we have flags. Okay. Will this work? Oops. Okay, somewhere here something weird is happening. Oh, you have that. Oh, it's like this. Right, and this is like open. Okay. So in theory now I should get a, oh wait, I don't get anything. Oh, because we never, okay, and then we do end tab item in here. Does it have to be in the, yeah, in the if statement? Okay, wait, but I still don't get anything. Why is that? Ah, it's because open is false. Let's set it to true then. Okay, there we go. Yeah, okay, so now you see this, okay? And I'm guessing that this line, weird thing here is like the overline or whatever they were talking about. So let's remove that. Okay. And I guess if we now, if open is false at this point, like over here, if, well, actually we should do this. We should have IDs to close, and we'll set this to buffer, no, what is it called, bounded array, and these are UUIDs, and the capacity is going to be like well, technically it has to be, now this is just, you can only close one item. We're not gonna have like where you can close a whole bunch of items, but I'll just to be sure, I'll put this to 64 or even 256. Okay, and then we initialize, set the actual length of the slice, and that's gonna be 0. Or can we do empty? No, there's no empty. Did I forget about this one? Most things got like a dot empty, but I guess this one didn't. 256 init 0. Okay, so if we get an if we get IDs to to close. Then we want to loop through those IDs to close and slice. Okay, yeah, it's gonna be an ID. Then we do close editor by ID. Okay. This bounded array, I could just explain what it is. It's like on the stack, I believe. So you don't have to allocate this. So it's just a nice way if you want like like an array list that you can manipulate, but you want it to be on the stack. And so, yeah, that's what it is basically. And so then down here you can loop through the actual list of populated items there, and then here if open is false, I guess we can do not open. Then yeah, then we do IDs to close, append assume capacity, and ID. Okay, so then we're appending into the list we're assuming that we got capacity, we got 256. You're not gonna close 256 tabs using the mouse in one frame. So we're just gonna assume that will work. I will see what happens here. Okay, we got this one open. Let's close it. There we go. It's closed. Let's open something else. Close it. Open a couple of things. Oh. We got an infinite. Okay, so what's happening is that is this code here. So this is run in the content of, like, when each tab is, like, when a tab is active, it goes in here. And here we're saying if we're not active, we want to open this. I'm guessing it goes in here even if it's not active, which is weird. But I guess like, what I want to know is, how do we know if they clicked on the tab? Like, how do we know if this tab is, I mean, we know if it's active with this, but how do we know if they clicked on it or if they, like, tabbed into it? That's what I want to, that's what I want to know. Because it's running the code inside. For each tab. I thought, like, what's the point of the if then? When does it ever return false? Is it if it's closed? I guess. Okay, so INDRI tab on tab becomes active. Yeah. So how to figure out if a docked tab becomes active? Yeah, dock doesn't matter, I guess. In the docking branch, is there a way to figure out if a docked window became active visible? A tab. You're talking about a tab, not a window. Is window appearing? Please define. When opening window dock space, calling set window dock ID. Is window appearing? What is that? What is that? Is window, maybe we could use is window appearing then. So if is tab is active any item activated, what does this mean? Window appearing. I have no idea what this actually means. And we're not active. Okay, let's just try this and see. Okay. Oh, well, it doesn't work. It just sets it to the last one now. It actually doesn't do anything. So does this always return like false? Or wait, so if the tab is active, it should be true if I want it to work as I want. And then we check if it's not active. Well, it's like if you click on it, it should be appearing, but it's not active, so then it should go in here, but it doesn't do that. So it doesn't do what I thought it would be. But I guess let's try this one. I'm not sure if it's an active or an item, or but let's see. Or what it is really. Oh my god, it works now. Okay, cool. And now we can, no, we can't rearrange it. Why? Draw selected outline, auto select new tabs, fitting policy, no tab list, scrolling buttons, no tooltip, reorderable. Oh, it's false. Set it to true then. Okay, there we go. Oh, nice. Awesome. Okay, so yeah. Also, if you close an editor, we should probably like open the next one that's like next to it or whatever. Okay, so a couple of things that I want to do just before we call it here is that one. So I'll just I'll put it down here in our thing here. When closing the current editor, open the next document available or already open, or I mean loaded. Okay. The next available tab. Okay. And then what else did I think about? Actually, do we have like a tab? Oh yeah, I just realized. Oh, you have like this. This is weird. This should be. So what I'm doing is I'm holding control but it's like choosing between these windows, which doesn't make sense for this application. So we should really choose between these tabs. I wonder if you can modify that thing to do that. Modify control plus tab to switch between document tabs. Okay, and then what else? I mean, I guess one way of doing it would be to have one window for each tab, and then the other things is going to be like child stuff of that. So that's one thing you could do. You could sort of migrate to that sort of structure in the UI, but I think that's going to be a larger thing. Another thing that I want to do is, yeah, so store editor session, so store multiple opened editors or documents in the editor session. And yeah, that one we can do real quick. So we'll go to the editor session, the opened editor file path. We can still have that as like one thing, but we want to do opened documents, and this is going to be a list of file paths, and this one could be like an index into that list instead. Okay. And then to free it, we're gonna say open documents, free that. Okay. And yeah, let's see. So I think what you usually do, maybe you could set this to like undefined. I'm not sure what that does, if it actually sets it to anything, but it's like if you keep it around for the same thing, you might get like some weird, like that it thinks it's, if you want to access it, it's gonna get maybe good data, but probably garbage data, and it's hard to understand what's going on if something goes wrong with that. But anyway, this particular struct is only like a throwaway, so it's only initialized once and just thrown away. So we really don't need. We can use an arena allocator instead to throw this away, but whatever. So now we have that. Now we can go to context, and we need to update a bunch of things. So we need to have create editor session. This one, we are going to create the list of open documents. So this is going to be now allocator. So we're going to allocate a bunch of slices. So it's going to be opened editors length well, actually, this is a, so it's like .map.size, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. And then so we get the size of that, and then we say, I wonder what alloc, if it throws an error if you size 0. But we'll catch unreachable there. And then we want to loop through all of our opened editors map values. And we need an index as well. So here's the value, that's the editor, and then I. Okay, and then we say opened documents I is equal to, and then we allocate, well, actually we duplicate editor. I mean, I guess we do Z because it's a 0 terminate. I'm not sure if it needs to be that, but we do Z, and then it's going to be editor.document. No. We grab the ID from document get ID, and then we say file path is going to be this. Okay, so we get the file path. If we don't have the file, if we don't get a file path, we should get a file path. I'm just gonna reachable that. Something very strange is gonna happen in that case. We get a file path, and then we duplicate the file path. We don't really need to duplicate it though. I mean, it's but let's do it anyway. And then we do this. Oops, I'm recording a macro. That's why my auto completion doesn't work properly. Okay, so we create a new list of slices, like list of pointers essentially, with the same length as the open editors. We go through each open editor, we get the ID, we get the file path from that document, we duplicate the file path into the list that we have, and then also we could check here if self current editor dot UUI, well, if we have a current editor and if the ID is equal to this ID, then oh yeah, this is not file path anymore. This is like open, just open editor. Open editor is going to be a novel UID. No, it's not UID. It's usize. No. Okay, and then this one is going to be open editor equals open editor. Okay, and then opened documents equal to open documents. There we go. And here then, if we have open document current editor is the same, we say opened editors editor is equal to I. There we go. Okay. And now I'm gonna remove my session because it's wrong format. And we're gonna also, yeah, we also have to change now how we restore the session. So how do we restore the session? So we go to our opened editor, blah, blah, blah. Now, we want to say if, well, it's going to be for opened documents, open editor by ID. Oh, maybe we can actually store IDs instead. Hey! Actually, that's way better. That's way better. We can store IDs. Wow. And then this one doesn't really, it doesn't even need to be a UUID. We can, or a thing, we can just set that. So then we can just, yeah, that's way better. Okay, and then we don't even need to free that. Actually, here we need to free, oh, I forgot that. We actually need to free the list itself. There. Okay. Yes. Okay, and then in create session we want to do, so now we don't need to do this. This is gonna be, I mean, it's just, we're just gonna set this to current editor. Open documents. Oh yeah, alloc also needs this type here. Open editors, map values. So we can just do keys here. We can say, we can get the key and we get the ID, and we don't need to do this, we don't need to do anything, we just need to set this to the ID. There we go. That was a lot easier. So we're basically just copying this this list here, this slice here. So actually what we could do is we could we can do duplicate, or yeah, we're doing duplicate on keys. There we go. Yeah. Okay. And if that's that easy, maybe we should just put it here directly, I guess. Okay. So, I mean, it's a little bit less readable, maybe, I don't know. But anyway, whatever. So now let's go back to restore session again. We have our documents. Now this is an ID, so we can just pass in the ID. And then here we don't have a file path, we have opened editor. So let's just open that editor, and that will like change that to whatever we have there. All right. Now the only thing that I'm worried about is, like, if you already have that editor open, will it work? Yes, it will. Okay. Cool. Let's see. Editor session 7. Oh, we don't even have. Oh, okay. This is like all cold. What is this? Editor mode. It's not even used. Get it out of here. Also, tool is not used. Get this out of here as well. What happened? Oh yeah, because okay, so I need to resize this window here. There we go. Okay. And let's open our project. There we go. And what were we doing here? I forgot. Oh yeah. So if we open up a bunch of stuff and I select this or whatever, then we quit out and we go back in. It should open all the documents, not only... Yeah, there we go. Nice. And it even keeps, you know, the ordering here because... Well, it won't keep the ordering now, I don't think. Well, maybe actually imgui keeps the ordering in the config. One thing that I would like to have is like... It's kind of bad in a way that imgui doesn't let you change the content in here. I would like to have like an icon like this, the icon that shows what type of asset it is. So this one is like entity. It would be nice if you could render a icon. I guess you might be able to with like a little bit of hacking, but it's like it's hard to know how to do it. Maybe actually you could it's gonna be a little bit hacky though. Actually I want to try this. If I reorder and then open up, okay, it doesn't keep the order, but maybe we can change the order. It's like we don't really know if the like how do we know the order? I'm not sure if we can actually access that data. It's not really that important though, I mean, but it's like a little bit, you know, if you've organized it the way you want and then you open it's a totally different order. Then it's like maybe we should just set reorderable to false in that case, so you can't do it, because then you're gonna get disappointed that it didn't keep the order. But it would be nice if we could see, okay, this is the order, so it's like, because if we could get the order from imgui somehow, but I don't think we can. Not that easily anyway. Although I don't really know, but I'm just guessing here since the tabs haven't been that friendly. Especially like editing the content of an item tab, like tab item. Well, let's see, tab get ordering. Where to control the initial order? Tab ordering should order be restored for docking system. Okay, I'm just not gonna worry about this for now. It's not really a big issue, and it's nice enough that we got the tabs. So let's see where we stand here. This one is done. This one is not done. Let's do this one, and then I'll finish this up here. I also want to do this. Okay, let's do these two maybe. So when closing the current editor, we want to open the next available tab. So that's going to be easy enough, I think. We can do it already in like here. So close editor. So if we have a current editor, we set it, and the current editor is the one that gets closed. We set it to null. However, we also, well, I mean, we could do it very easy, just pick the first one. We could pick sort of, look for the index and pick sort of the next one that is to the right, I believe. It's like a common practice. You pick the next one because the current index stays the same, and then that changes the index. I mean, that might be a reason why they did it at like some time ago. I don't know, but but then we need to find the index. So we need to like, or we could just set it to be the first one. Is it really that important to keep it at the same place? I mean, it has a little bit of familiarity to it. So let's do it. Let's find the editor. Let's find the index of this editor. So it's gonna be keys, and we need to keep track of the index. And then if key is equal to the current editor, then we have the index. So that's gonna be, I'm gonna name it like this. I think you do maybe this, and then you can do break I. You might even not need this, actually. I'm gonna try with that. But if we didn't find anything, then this is null, which doesn't make sense, because let's use ID because C is changed over here, because we already matched the thing here. So we should get something. I think this is unreachable. You shouldn't ever have a current editor that is not part of the list of editors. So CEI, and the next one is gonna be like if. So it's gonna be, let's do this. Next index is gonna be if this is size -1, that means it's the last item, then we're gonna do the previous one. Okay, otherwise we're gonna have the same index. Okay. Index to open, I'm gonna call this, and this is a use size, which is set. I mean, I guess it's null if we don't want to. If we don't have anything, it could be null. So let's set that index to open. Okay. And then down here, once we've removed the editor, we can say if we have an index to open, then we want to find, well, we can grab the ID like this. We can grab the ID to open by itself, open editors, .mat.keys I. So that is that. And then we say what do we say? We say open editor by ID, and then this is the ID. Okay. So basically, we're closing the editor. We're checking if we have an editor open, if it's the same editor that we're closing. If it is, then we look for the index of that editor in the open editors. We grab that out. We calculate which index to open next. And then if we have one index to open here, which we only do if we close the current editor, then we grab the ID from the list of keys in open editors with the given index, and we open that editor. So that should all work out, I hope. And there are some compilation errors. No field member function called size in array hash map unmanaged. Oh, it's not called size. What is it called? Array hash map unmanaged. Okay, I'll just check here. Array hash map unmanaged. Okay, I'm searching for size, but there's not gonna be a size. Capacity? No, that's not correct. Count is called count. That's right. Well, now I remember, of course. Count, size, length. There we go. Pick anything you want. So there we go. Here we go. What's this like little thing down here? I've never seen that. Oh, it disappeared. Okay. But yeah. Now, well, I always forget like what we actually did just now. What did we do? What did we do? Oh yeah, we did this. So if we close this one, it opens up the next one. We close that one, it opens up this one. We close this one, it opens up this one. We close that one, it opens up this one. We close that one, and it crashes. Okay. Okay, I just... Okay. Oh man, time really flies here. Integer overflow, I see. So we closed the last one, so we should, yeah, okay. So it's like -1, yeah, but it's 0. So, no wait, so yeah, it's 0. So we should say if it's -1, then we also say if this is 0, then we say no, otherwise we say this. Okay. It's a ternary, but it's not a ternary, sort of. Well, it's a ternary. It is a ternary, but it's like a different syntax. Okay. Yeah, we close this one, then that one opens, that one opens. There we go. Okay, that one is done. Add no bring focus on to all side menus. So let's check out all the layout stuff. We have scene. Then we go to our dear menu function here. And here we have no bring to front on focus. True. We want to add that to all of these things. main menu, layouts. All right, animation menu, entity type, assets manager. No, assets. No, that one should bring focus. Yeah. Okay. And we start. And now it should be infinitely better. Actually, we should probably limit the window to be like, if Assets Manager is open, it should be only like this. If we collapse it, it should expand down. That would be the best way, I think, to deal with it. So now, even if I click here, I can still access the Assets Manager, which is really nice. And let's see what happens if we open and close. And that looks like this. Okay, cool. So no more like going in here and not being able to click down here because it's like hidden. Okay. And this is also really nice now, because if I'm in here and let's say I want to change the time map a little bit. So this is the scene editor. And I want to change the time. So I already have it open over here. So I can just switch it to over there. Oh, okay. So they actually share. They share this. They share the position here. This should be part of maybe the document, or like document non-persistent data, or maybe the editor. Yeah, because everything shares the thing. Also, well, one thing that would sort of fix it for time map versus scenes is that you can see here scene is actually painted from the origin. So this is 00, I guess, and then it's going to be painted around that. And if we go to this one, it's actually 00, and it paints to the down right. Same for the time map and everything else, I think. Let's actually check the animations, see. Yeah, that's true for animations as well. And so man, this is really nice to have this tab system now. Okay, but anyway, now it's like if I'm in here and like, oh, I want to update something in the time map, I have it open here, so I can just switch here. I mean, this is just really basic functionality, but it's really nice that we actually have it right now. From before that we have didn't have it. Okay. Yeah, and also one thing that would be nice is to change this menu to actually work on these tabs instead. But I'm not sure how easy that's going to be. This feels like a very built-in feature that we're looking at right now. But maybe there is a nice built-in way to do that. InGui control tab change tabs, maybe. I need to be able to change combo from control tab to something else. What? Change combo. Okay, let's check. Where's that manual here? Can you search in here? Combo. I mean, this is just a list. Let's see. Oops. Shortcuts. What's this? Route global, route active, route always. Oh, there's like shortcuts. I don't know how that works. Hold F. Oh, I see. So you focus it. Well, how do I exit? Okay, there we go. Route active. Control A. Okay. Tabbing. Tab, shift, tab. So shift tab is like, okay, yeah, that's cool. Focus from code. Click on it. Focus. Okay. So you can so you can focus like on different. Right. So this are okay. So this is input. So you can like set the focus, but that's not really what I want. I thought the tabbing was more control tab is what I want to do. Check out. Is there like anything here for that? Keyboard navigation, capture keyboard, docking, viewport. No. Windows reset reminders. Widgets, error handling, debug. Style capture, no. Okay. I guess that's like a super built-in thing, maybe. I don't know. Child Windows now will have to control tab away from main window debugger. When I resize one click on another, I'd assume we'll do that. Control associated between individual windows supported in this. Nav enable keyboard option enabled. Okay, so you can't really do it. So you have to basically, I think, I mean, what we could do is we could implement our own sort of system. So it's like if you press Control Tab, then we enable the Control Tab interface, and we will you will be able to choose between the different open documents. but it's not. It's like very not necessary right now. All right, so anyway, let's get back here. So actually, I mean, this is like, I'm just gonna delete this because and this one we already did here. So let's go to, actually, speaking of like adding content and stuff, I think next thing with the entities, I'm gonna do the properties thing, because what I want to have is being able to link link entities to other entities. And in order to do that, like let's say I want a button that opens the door. So you create a button entity, but the button entity has to have a link to the door entity. So the button entity might have like a activates property or something. But I don't want that to be like hard coded into the editor. So what I want to do is I want to create this sort of dynamic properties thing. So you can set, if you create a new entity, you can also add properties to the entity, and you can have them be any kind of data type that you want. And then for each instance of the entity in the scene, you can then change those properties for each instance. So for one of the things that you could do is have a reference to another entity, for example, in the scene or in another scene, and so you would be able to link those and in that way. So I think I really want to do it because that's going to be part of maybe like dungeons in the game, like you press a button to open a door, and well, you can do a whole bunch of stuff if you have that sort of system, but that's going to be another time. Of course, I don't have a lot of time. I need to actually go now here, so let's see what I just want to check off what we actually did here. So no, we did this part. Yeah. So we have tabs, we have click on a tab, we have close, we have where we don't have context menu, but we have the basic functionality, and we also have the editor session. Where do you have that session? Yeah, okay, yeah, I already put that down there. Okay, but anyway, that's gonna be it for today. So yeah, we got a whole bunch of stuff did. We get the well, we solved the issue with moving entities and stuff. Everything like opening a document here is very robust now. You can open a document and then you can move it afterwards, and then you can save it and it will keep it in the same like location there. You can save it, it will update the thumbnail and stuff. Well, all references will of course be kept intact, even if you move things around. We have these tabs now, so we can select tabs here easily, which is really nice. We made this asset manager at the front always, so that's really good. And yeah, and we did a bunch of stuff that is not really visible to in the editor, but it's like making it more robust and more easy to work with code wise as well. So we upgraded the document system a little bit and made them removed some redundant like duplication of stuff and made things better. So but yeah, that's gonna be it for this time. So hope you had a nice time here, and hope you have a nice day.